Didn't even think about using my headphones. Oh, Jesus Christ, I just realized it's coming up over here. Fucking A, stop it. Oh, I need another pair of headphones. I gotta get another pair of headphones. And I want to get a new camera. If I knew how, I would share my Amazon wish list, but I don't know how to share that kind of thing. Anyhow, let's see. There we go. I want to listen to music while I work. Oh, you know what? I think I got something for like music. Castlevania music remixes. What the fucking hell do you mean? Okay, that's not what I'm looking for. That's not it. Oh, here it is. Circle of the Moon. Is it this one? Yep. Oh, yeah. They walked around with daggers. I wonder if I can do that. They don't really have faces, do they? It's like... I'm just trying to get ideas. What the fuck? That's creepy. like a gray or green. They don't have ears. They don't really have eyes, do they? Sure as hell don't have ears. Ooh, yeah. Creepy. Just realized I got some grape jelly on my keyboard earlier. fell worth their shit, didn't I? Hmm. Ah, shit. Yeah. Let's do this number real quick. Bum, 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 Because I need the eyes to kind of, the head to kind of sit in the same spot each time, I think. Ben, don't work. I might have to add like a after effect, you know, like where the blade is like pushing over. I don't know why I call it an after effect. It's like in real life, when you see a blade move really fast, it's like there's this blur of the blade. So I might have to add some extra frames. First off, let me adjust this guy, but now that I know how long the blade is. Frames am I gonna need? I don't think I need but like one frame. Yeah. The fucking hell, I did not tell you to start. No. keep letting that shit play. I need to pick another song. Huh. Huh. Yeah. Mm. Hmm. Music doesn't last long, does it? Hmm. No, because the leg would come back, but not the butt cheek. So the leg would kind of straighten up with that. What's up, Zelda? How's it going? Oh, okay. Wow. Almost 7 in the morning, huh? All-nighter, huh? Let's turn this music down just a wee bit. Security work. Oh, that's right. You told me about that. Forgot. Yeah, you told me you got a job doing security. Oh, fucking whore. that happens. And I feel bad for him, but, you know, there's got to be shelters or something, you know? Oh, come on. I just sat here doing all kinds of shit, and it fucking removed it. I swear to God, this fucking software. Oh. Jesus Christ. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I'm sorry. Even if I was homeless, I couldn't do drugs. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I could be homeless on the street. There's no way in hell I would do drugs. Huh. Oh, Jesus. 12 hours. Damn. That's a long time. Jesus, dude. Oh, okay. What are you hovering for? I stuck you on the frickin'... It must be something in the idle. The idle animation. I did something wrong. What happened? Damn it, try it again. Okay. No, it's fine. What is that? Oh, that one. That's what happened. Never mind. That explains a lot. Explains why it's sitting there, sitting all funny. Oh, God. Ow. Ow. Gotta work on this guy. Gotta get rid of that sound too. He's not supposed to die like that. That's not right. Yeah, we're not performing any jumps. Move setting. Nah, he's not moving. No move setting. Nope. Gotta get rid of that sound. There's no dog. And the movement is too freaking fast. I gotta fix that. He's gotta slow down some. Why you keep moving, bitch? Motherfucker, you ain't supposed to keep moving. What are you doing? Stop moving, bitch. You don't move when you die. Okay, try this again. Why are you falling? You're not supposed to fall. You're literally supposed to just freeze in your path. Supposed to just kind of stop where he is. What the hell is going on here? There isn't anything, so why does it do that? Supposed to do that. He moves twice. Motherfucker, why are you moving from where you are? Ah, I gotta pee. I can't. I gotta pee. I'm trying to hold it. I can't do it. Oh man, I couldn't hold it anymore. Why is it when I hit him? jerks up into the air like that, and I don't know why. Not supposed to. Or maybe it's the hit animation that I'm using. Okay. Oh, it's this son of a bitch. I had a feeling. Fucking crashed again. Fuck this fucking software, motherfucker. It's been doing this shit a lot. And I'm starting to wonder if they have it doing this on purpose. That way, people want to get their new software. I don't want to get Action Game Maker. I don't like Action Game Maker. I think Action Game Maker is a huge step back as far as interface and just understanding what the hell you're doing is it's a huge step back. The it feels like the Maker series from like Katakawa or Enterbrain or whoever the hell they are now, keep changing names. It feels like they lost sight of what the software was supposed to be. The Maker series is supposed to be. It's supposed to be easy. It's not supposed to be difficult. It's supposed to be something anyone can do. And Action Game Maker isn't like that because they went with Godot. Godot has a horrible interface, and they're not changing the interface. I I uh I would not sit on food. No, I would not sit on that. Go eat, go eat. Get food. Eat. Fuck, I was trying to work on something. I keep saving and adjusting, and then it fucking just crashes over and fucking over again. Anyhow, what was I saying? Hit. Yeah. Go to delete something, and then it's like, no, I can't do that. That should fix this little issue where he's jerking up in the air and then. Not much at all. What is happening? That's working. Adam. Yo, catch a stream. What's up? Not much, man. I'm just trying to work on stuff here. Oh, I got you. I got you. I got you. Working on this. Trying to keep my eyes off, or not eyes, but keep my mind off things. Vania? What do you mean Black Vania? No idea what you're talking about. Dynamic lighting? Yeah, I've been off and on at this for a while. I gotta fix the pits. What are you doing, dude? Huh. That was weird. The one I had made. Oh, I gotta retell those monsters to show back up. You can't have any other light source. Okay. My the lights that you hit, mine are using a particle effect. And I don't even think Pixel Game Maker has a dynamic lighting system or anything. I know Action Game Maker does, but I can't stand Action Game Maker. I tried using Action Game Maker and yeah, it's not ARM. Oh, okay, AGM. Okay, okay. I've tried using it. I don't like it. It's bad. Look, the problem is that the and I hate saying it, and it's going to be pretty insulting to say, but it's pretty insulting to say, but what happened with AGM is they tried to take the easy way. They took an existing engine, which they always, don't get me wrong, they always take an existing engine and they'll do stuff with it. That's been a thing for a long time. That's not the problem. The problem is that they're not even changing the UI. Like the UI in Pixel Game Maker is user friendly. It's very user friendly. Action Game Maker isn't user friendly because they used Godot. And Godot is not user friendly unless you're very technical. Like I had somebody come in and basically give me attitude over Action Game Maker because I did a video where I had harsh criticisms about it. And the people that came in and making comments were very snobbish. You know, clearly you've never worked in professional game development. No fucking shit, dumbass. Action Game Maker isn't for professionals. Like, the software is not supposed to be for professionals. Pixel Game Maker isn't for professionals. The RPG Maker series isn't for professionals. It's supposed to be easy to use. And Action Game Maker isn't easy to use because they took the lazy way, they took the easy way, and instead of, making something with the same UI as this and trying to stick with it, they basically just added their I'm not sure what to call it, the flowchart thing for making like characters and whatnot. This thing right here. They basically took this and they put it in Godot. Apparently not. Apparently there's people that don't even realize that, I guess. I don't know. People are idiots. But the developers themselves, I don't understand why they went the route they went. It it's a huge pain in the butt. I will say that much. That much I will say. It's a huge pain. I've tried using it twice. They had like a demo when it first came out. Yeah, look, my suggestion is look at Godot. Godot is free. Look at it, see if you can get used to the UI and everything and finding things and everything. If you can and you can get used to that, then go ahead and get Action Game Maker. Of course, you're looking at around $100 for Action Game Maker. That's the other thing. That's the other reason I'm not bothering with it. It's like $100. Which is funny to me considering all that it is Godot. They took a free piece of software and inserted their flowchart programming. This thing right here for creating things. They basically injected it into Godot. And that's what Action Game Maker is. Action Game Maker is just Godot. And if you struggle with these professional engines, if you struggle with Unity, if you struggle with Unreal Engine, if you struggle with Godot, then you're going to struggle with Action Game Maker because it's just Godot. It's like they did the bare minimum. See, I would see if they have another like demo period. They had a demo period not long ago. Was it last month? I think it was either last month or the month before that. I can't remember. Where you could download it and use it the whole month and try to get used to it. And I, of course, couldn't get used to it. It's hard to find things. I kept getting lost easily. I would be working on one thing and then I would be like, wait, where was this? How do I get back to this? How do I go back to this? I was constantly getting lost. Things were not very well organized. Everything's kind of crammed into one area on your monitor. There's no like tabs. You know how this has tabs? Like, here's your tiles tab right here. This is for doing tile work and everything, right? Then you have your animations tab. Everything's separated into tabs, right? You have your database. All of this is kind of apart from each other. You know what I'm saying? Well, Action Game Maker, it's all crammed into one space. It's all just crammed in. Like, wait, do I still have Godot on my computer? I think I have Godot on here. Where is Godot? Yeah, here it is. Godot. I've tried to use it and yeah. Wow, this software is slow to start up, man. Pixel Game Maker doesn't even take this long. This is slow. Like, I managed to make an animation. That's all. Oh, wait, that's just a ping. Like, animated. Oh, yeah. This is one of the things that pissed me off. Instead of using this animation, because there's like two different ways of doing animation, right? Instead of allowing you to use this animation for creating sprites, like character sprites and whatnot, they force you to use a different animation thing. They force you to use this one with the timeline, and it's very tedious. But this is Godot, and this is what Action Game Maker looks like, by the way, because it's Godot. Like, everything's just kind of crammed in one spot. You can get lost easily. I get lost. It's funny how trying to cram everything into one screen, you get more lost than if things are separated into more tabs. But yeah, of course, this is Godot by itself, so if you're not a programmer, you're not getting anything done. But yeah, yeah. I hate to be so negative on it, but yeah, you're better off using Pixel Game Maker. It's uh, it's a whole mess. Um action. I need a new keyboard. Oh, hey, they're having a little sale, a little bit of a sale. Yeah, see, it's Godot, but they added in this flowchart thing that they have for programming, and that's all it is. That's all Action Game Maker is Godot. They didn't even bother to have like a custom interface that might be easier to use. They didn't even bother with that. They just stuck with Godot and crammed in their own little things. It's ridiculous. Right? Like, why is it $100 when Godot is free? I don't understand that. Like, you would think they would have a more reasonable price tag. I don't know why they're charging that much, unless they're donating to the Godot fund. Maybe they're donating money to Godot, the fund for funding it. I don't know. It's weird. If they would come up with a custom interface that's easier to manage, then it would be a no-brainer. But they don't do that. The my I like I said, I tried using it twice, and I just it can do a lot of cool stuff. Like, look at the reflections down here in the water and everything. It can do a lot of really cool stuff, but the interface is just so hard to see. There's your lighting system right there. There's your the lighting. Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow, it's not that good. Not to me, anyways. I'm having a much easier time with this. My only problem is that Pixel Game Maker keeps crashing. I don't know why. He is, but it's hard. I don't know about other people. It's hard for me to follow Baz. There's just something about his tutorials that's really hard to follow. It's very, very hard to follow. So they don't really help me. Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow, what was I doing? I was doing something. I'm working on stuff here. Oh, yeah, my monster was acting funny. One of my monsters was acting funny. Where the hell is the thing I was doing that was Wanderer? Why was he stuck the way he was? He was stuck and I don't know why. He is yeah. Yeah. Most, and here's the funny part. I only looked when he was when Pixel Game Maker was still the thing to use, you know, when it was still in its days. I learned a lot of things mostly on my own. I learned most of it on my own. A few things I had to ask people, but most of this I figured out how to do by myself. Oh yeah, how do I get this guy to scene? No, I need to go off camera like uh, or yeah. There we go. Fix the shadow on that. I'm trying to remember what I had to ask about, but it was very minor things. Otherwise, I figured out how to do things on my own. Because it wasn't that hard. I'm trying to remember what I had to ask about with Pixel Game Maker, but I don't think I asked about much. Where you going, bitch? You're supposed to come towards me. What are you doing, dumbass? Something's wrong with him. I gotta fix him. Yeah. That was the idea. I don't know, I just had this idea. It was basically like with all the twisted, weird shit that goes on in Silent Hill, at some point or another, if they're in the same universe, You would think that the church would send out a Belmont at some point or another with the reports. You know, the church would be getting reports about the people going missing in Silent Hill and sightings and the perpetual fog and shit. You would think that the church would be like, all right, send in the Belmonts. Something's going on here, you know? And I basically like this. No, no, that's not even my plan. No, Dracula's not involved at all. Dracula's not in this. He has nothing to do with that. That's the point I'm trying to make. Is there's weird shit going on. You send your best. You send the best of the best. You send a Belmont. Dracula has nothing to do with what's going on in Silent Hill, but there is something that you get to the bottom of, and you fix it. But the whole idea that came about because I'm terrified of Silent Hill. Yeah, yeah, they're there to cleanse whatever the fuck is going on. It's basically when I thought of this, when I play Silent Hill, I'm terrified. I struggle to play that game. Hear me out. Hear me out. I struggle to play the game, and I had this idea for like a power fantasy. Basically, it was like, what if you went into Silent Hill as somebody who actually had some power, who actually had some holy power and some capabilities? You could have a real power trip in that town and just beat the shit out of all the undead or whatever the fuck is going on. Like, that was the idea. It's like, I want to have a power trip in Silent Hill. Konami's not going to do it. I want to, and then I just decided to put Castlevania in it or a Belmont. That's a working title. I might not even keep that title. I might actually get rid of that. I might change it to something else. I just and the images I had in my head were a 3D game, but I can't make a 3D game. I'm not a programmer. So I had to do this. It had to be 2D. But I've always wanted to see a game where a Belmont or somebody powerful goes in and just yeah, Belmont would just wipe the floor with all those creatures. You've seen the protagonists in Silent Hill. They're not really, most of them aren't like combat trained or anything. They're nothing. They don't have holy powers or anything. They're there and they're struggling, you know? But what if you sent in a character that doesn't struggle, that is just like, yeah, I bet it is, Joker. I bet it is. I'm sure it is. The poster's on the wall. I'm just not like no camera on for this. I'm actually completely like I was driven, but that's the problem that comes with streaming is like if you're ADHD like I am, when people start talking to you, that's it. Everything you're trying to do is out the window. Yeah, they hit things with pipe and run. But whatever's going on in Silent Hill is clearly supernatural in nature. So send in somebody with some holy power and watch them mop the floor with all the creatures. I'll probably change the name of it. I don't know what to call it, but yeah, Dracula's not even involved. Like, also that was the other thing I was gonna say. The game takes place like after, um, like years and years after, like the DS games where Dracula's gone and what's his Soma is supposedly Dracula, and right now Soma is off like living happily ever after. So he's not Dracula anymore. There is no Dracula. So what are the Belmonts gonna do? I mean, they still have to do what they're supposed to do, and that's take out demons and whatnot. So of course they would go to Silent Hill at some point or another. They would get sent to Silent Hill to use their specialties there. Yeah, it's like, what are they going to do? Dracula can't be the only supernatural threat. So, would just retire? No, they wouldn't retire. They deal with other things. Ah, God, my sinuses. I am allergic to one of the medications I take. I take a cholesterol medication, atorvastatin, and every time I take it, my sinuses just close up on me. Ugh. Ugh. That, and I was seeing other people make Castlevania fan games, and I was like, yeah, that's... Most of them look kind of generic to me. It was like just they were making Castlevania games, but it looked like every Castlevania game that already exists. And if you're gonna do a fan game, you got to go kind of big. It sucks a lot. Like right now, it's driving me crazy. Ah, Jesus. Ah, yeah. I've told my doctor about it. He don't listen. But I know my cholesterol is really bad. So okay, so it's like Castlevania, but it's not called Castlevania. Is that what you're saying? It's a game like it, but it's not called it. I haven't even made up my mind if this game's going to be linear or if it's going to be a Vania or a Metroidvania, exploration. I haven't decided yet. Oh, you're going with like an NES style, huh? I had a game that I started like that. Like this isn't my only Castlevania project. Where's the other one? Where is it at? I think it's this one. This is the one. This is another one I started at one point. I actually managed to make steps. Oop. That was a boo-boo. Okay, so the way this works is actually just, it's nothing more than two objects. Where these little arrows are, those are objects. And if you are touching part of them, and you press up or down, it sticks you into it. And then you're like this until you get to the other end. I wanted to make it to where you could jump off and on, but I don't really know how I would go about that. Yeah. It might give me issues later, but I'm not even working on this one anymore. This one? Probably not. I kind of lost inspiration while I was making this. See, there's slopes in this too. I just... So there's that one. There's actually three. There's another one that I was working on too. This is the other one I was working on. Oh yeah, that's not the right place. Hang on. Hang on. Don't do that. No, no, no. No, 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 no. This is another one I was working on, though. There we go. So, I got the idea for this from the fact that in Castlevania Bloodlines, it says that John Morris is from Texas. They say that John Morris is from Texas, right? So I thought, well, what if he did something before the first Bloodlines game? What if he fought another vampire before that? And that's when I started making this. I was like, I wanted like a prequel to Bloodlines. And it takes place in Texas. And one of the places you start up in is a ghost town. And that was the idea I had. But I don't even think I'm going to work on this. The one I want to work on is the other one you saw me working on, the main one. No, no, not a story about how he got as strong as he is. Just a story about the first vampire he fought before Dracula. Like this game takes place immediately after after he gets the whip given to him from the Belmonts. And it was really just, yeah, it was really just him facing off a different with a different vampire. Like, because Portrait of Ruin made it clear that there are other vampires, that there's not just Dracula. Because in that game, there's a vampire named Bronner. Is it Bronner or Bruner or whatever his name is? So I thought, well, that pretty much means that there's vampires elsewhere, you know? So I thought I could make it work. But then I just kind of gave up on it. There's one other Castlevania game I was working on. I don't think it's in here, though. I don't think I have it anywhere in here. Oh, here it is. This is it. This is the one that, this is the one that, Joker was talking about. Originally, I wanted a game with a black protagonist. So I was working on this first. And it took place in a big modern city on fire. And he doesn't have the Belmont whip. That was the other thing. He's got these gauntlets. And he uses the gauntlets to make weapons. And he just happens to be using these chains. They haven't really done that yet. Oh yeah, I also did a little something something. If you play Castlevania 4, you know this. Oh shit. Ow, you bitch. This was gonna be more linear. This one, when I was working on it. I had planned to make it linear. Probably not, honestly. I don't know, I kind of feel like I should. No, it sparkles. It's sparkly. It just sparkles when it gets the third power up. Sparkles. Because the first whip is made of iron. The second whip is made of... Actually, no. The first whip is made of, like, copper or something. Or something. Anyhow, this one's made of silver. That's what I'm trying to say. Oh, the light in the background. Oh, in the, No. These are, layers. This is layers. I made the light come in with layers. I didn't use particles. The light coming in through the, windows is just layers. Animated tiles. And this is it. This is where it stops. Doesn't go anywhere else. I was gonna add in the thing where you climb the steps, but it just I just decided that I didn't want to get any sort of lip from people for having him be black. I didn't want any drama, and that's why I don't really want to work on it anymore. Is I just want to avoid the drama from having somebody who's black. I thought it was cool at first because it just hadn't been done. But yeah. Yeah. What do you want to know exactly? What is it about the layers you need help with? Yeah, I wanted to do it because it hadn't been done, but I also worry about the drama that might ensue. And I just didn't want any of the stress from putting a fan game out there with a black guy because I just yeah, you never know who you're going to upset. How I layered them? Oh, so like it just depends on how much you want in front of your player. Uh, so it's kind of grouped together, and let me explain. So I wish I could group the layers, but you can't group the layers. But basically, in front of player is stuff in the as you're walking around, like trees and whatnot, that might be in front of the player that might obstruct the player from being visible. And then main is where your action is. That's where like the character is. That's where your characters, your players, all that's on. And you can structure them any way you want, but it's better to figure out how many layers you're going to need from the start and then stick with that throughout development. That way as you teleport the character around, it doesn't get confusing. So I started with this many layers with specific naming conventions, and it's good to kind of keep it that way. That way, there's consistency, and you don't get lost. Get lost with what you're doing. So so this layer at the very top is for like I have a fog, which is just a giant. The fog is just a giant object. It's just a character object. And I have that on layer one, and that's above everything else. It's not something you interact with. And then there's in front of the player, which is like I said, it's like oh, in front of the player is the sign. See the sign? Are you wanting to learn how I did it, the light from the windows? Is that what you're trying to figure out? If you're trying to figure that out, I can go back to the other project and show you. Okay, okay. I got you. Okay. So, it fucking crashed on me. Ah, it's been doing that a lot, just crashing. And I keep wondering if they updated it to intentionally crash. Oh, what was I doing? Okay, you were trying to figure out how I did the inside. Okay, so remember what I said about having the upper layer? Well, it holds true here too as well. See, there's this one, and then there's behind the player. This is where all the action is on this one. This one's above that, and that's how you get the light. Uh, Let me find them. So the way I did the lighting was with this right here. Let me zoom in. It's literally just these tiles animated. So there's this one, and then it goes to this one, and then it goes to this one. So it just animates through the tiles. Let me go to my tiles real quick. There it is, lights. Yeah. So yeah, for this there's like one. Actually, I can just show you. That's uh wow, why didn't I go all the way down with that? That's weird. That's oh wait, up here. There we go. And if you look off over here, you can see where it's animated. It just kind of fades in and out. And then when you do the animation, you draw with the first sheet. That's all you the top shapes. And that's what I have going on here. And then it animates through it. Brighter, light, dims and darkens. So yeah. And it's above everything here. That's what I like about this maker. If there's something you want to do, you can just do it by way of what's there. You don't have to program anything. You don't have to dive deep into any, technical stuff really. You can get creative and figure out ways to do things on your own without any plugins or anything, and that's what I love about this. Action Game Maker ain't like that though. There's stuff you're gonna need plugins for, and you're probably gonna have to know a little programming, and I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they'll get stuff figured out. I don't know. Is that all you needed to find out about? Was the lighting, the flashing light through the windows? It's supposed to be flickering from the fire going on outside. The city's ablaze. What else was I working on? Oh yeah, so this is my original game that I'm working on called Awesome Andy. This is my original platformer with original character and everything that I'm working on. Slowly working on it. I might redo his jumping mechanics. His jumping mechanics are kind of stiff, and you can't control the height. You can just do a double jump. Yeah, I kind of started losing inspiration as I got through here. Kind of got to where I wasn't sure what I was doing. Then I started dicking around and I made a Mario. I started working on like a Mario clone. Trying to learn how to do Mario mechanics. Yeah, it's like after a while it gets whoa. Yeah, the physics are a pain in the butt in this. Figuring out the physics is a pain in the butt. I still struggle with it. I also was trying to do Wario for some reason at one point. I start a lot of stuff and I don't finish stuff. I don't know why. Yeah, I just I like making stuff, but then it's like I don't know what I'm doing afterwards. Crap. Yeah, I don't have everything working yet. I don't know why I like that so much. I don't know why I like doing that so much. Ah, shit. Yeah, like, I will start things just to see if I can do them, but then I don't finish anything. What's the other thing I was doing? Oh yeah, I made a, is it the one with, is it this one? I think it's this one. No, it's not this one. This ain't it. Where's the one I was looking for? Oh, there it is. I was trying to make a game starring Toad. Oh, wait, it's Mario or something. Oh, I was trying to make a Super Mario Brothers 2 type thing. Wait a minute, how do I... Where's the damn button for picking shit up? There it is. Yeah, I was trying to do Super Mario Brothers 2. I was having a lot of trouble with getting certain little things to work. Damn it. Yeah. A lot of people don't realize what they can do. And I feel like that's the software maker's fault. And the reason I say that is everything that they were showing early on when this software first came out looked like NES games. It wasn't very impressive looking. Like, you're not gonna grab anyone's attention and have them salivating, you know, over something that just looks kind of meh. It doesn't inspire much, you know? And so I don't think a lot of people realize what they could do with it, especially if they have the time and patience and know how to do art and whatnot. That was the other problem I think that this software has. RPG Maker, every time they launch a new RPG Maker, there's tons of assets to use. But Pixel Game Maker didn't have any assets when it launched. People didn't know what they could do with what. Yeah. So you can't blame people for not realizing the sort of things that they could have done. I think I even tried making an Adventure Island game at one point, which I kind of I got far enough along. I probably could have kept working on it. Wait, what the hell happened? No. Where's Adventure Island? Do I have to open it in the folder? I created PGM projects. Yeah, I gotta open it. Yeah, it's not listed. Didn't I do an Adventure Island? I know I was doing an Adventure Island at one point. Or was it like super. Really? Where the hell is it? Oh, there it is. There's what I was working on. Oh, I remember having a lot of issues with this game. I haven't added it to where they can hurt me. I need to work on this one some more. I actually was liking what I was getting done here. Yeah, I don't understand it either. I don't know. It just kind of freezes there. I haven't added anything else. Oh yeah, I have the title screen. You can start on the title screen. Yeah, I forgot I had the title screen working. I think my problem is that I'm better with just making stuff than doing anything else, and that's not really good. Uh, Speaking of, I wonder. It's on sale. Oh my God. It's on sale for 15 bucks. Holy shit. That's hilarious. But yeah, that's crazy. I think other people came along and were able to make some cool stuff. But like in the early days, like when it first came out, it didn't look like this. They didn't have anything to show for it, really. I still don't feel like that's very impressive. This still isn't all that impressive, honestly. If they made a bunch of games that looked like they were on the Super Nintendo, I think it would have done better. What in the world is this pre-rendered looking stuff? This isn't so bad looking right here. And some of the Japanese people were making good stuff. Oh yeah, Pearl versus Gray. Why they went with black and white, I don't know. The frames? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I wonder how many people are still using Pixel Game Maker, you know, that aren't interested in Action Game Maker for whatever reason. I'm not sure what to think about this. It doesn't look terrible, but it almost feels like an Atari game. Oh, see, now this looks awesome. If they had something like this to show off on day one, whenever they were going to launch the software, this would have went down better. That's way better. Yeah, I can't say that I... Ugh. Trying to find the trailers from when they launched it. Was it this one? I think this is the first trailer they launched. Yeah, I think this was the initial trailer. This was not going to impress anyone. Oh, they called it nodes even back then. I didn't even realize it. I kept calling it links and events. I didn't even call them nodes. Or actions and links. Yeah, I would just call them actions and links. I didn't call them nodes. I think a lot of people in Japan made really, really interesting stuff. Ugh. That's weird. 'Cause I would say Pixel Game Maker is great. It has mixed reviews, and I think Action Game Maker has bad reviews. Like, it's not even mixed. I might be wrong, but I don't think Action Game Maker is much better off. I think the Japanese knew what they were doing with it, while Westerners didn't know what the hell they were doing with it. Yeah. Let's see. This one has mixed reviews and 516 reviews. But what does Action Game Maker have going on? Oh, it has mixed as well. Huh. Oh, that's unusual. Gotcha, gotcha games, gotcha, gotcha games. It just says gotcha, gotcha games for this. But if you go back to the other, it's Katakawa gotcha, gotcha games. I just realized these characters right here. That's from Overlord. What the fuck? So somebody got away with making an Overlord game? Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I just realized it's Overlord. I'm guessing somebody was allowed to make a game based on it using Pixel Game Maker? That's insane. That's insane. I didn't even know that. I didn't even know about that one. The Game Boy looking games were pretty impressive too. But yeah, at the very start, it didn't. They weren't doing so hot. I think that's my biggest problem right there. By the way, they keep showing off the bone skeleton animation crap, and there's nothing showing off and explaining traditional animation. It's just the weird bone animation stuff. Like they need a project, a sample project that shows traditional animations, like frame by frame animations, as opposed to the bone animation stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really care for the bone thing. Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff you can do, but the UI is just so horrendous. because it's Godot. Yeah, a lot of the visual effects are cool, but that's something that got made that's showing off what you can make, but not. Yeah, the UI. If the UI wasn't such a pain in the ass, I wouldn't have an issue with it. Oh, there's a lot more you can do with it from my understanding. Somebody on the Discord forum actually showed off CRT filters. And I was like, wow, you can do proper CRT filters, like proper CRT. I'm not talking just simple scan lines, overlays. I mean an actual renderer. I can't even say that right. Rendering type filter, and it looked pretty decent actually. If they could just do something about the dreadful UI and the price tag, it would be worth it. It would be nice if there was something that shows how many they've sold, like how many copies have been sold so far. But I don't think we're allowed to see how many have been sold. I wonder if I can do like some research to see how many's been sold. Many copies of sold. AI pisses me off. Price history? That's a price history. That's not how many's been sold. Huh. It'd be nice to see how many people have bought it. But that's just a bunch of price history stuff. That's not like how many people have bought it. Now, that doesn't say anything. I want to know how many copies have sold. Good. Yeah, I honestly I feel like title screens and menus are actually not that difficult, honestly. I remember back in the day using RPG Maker 2000, 2003, and like if you wanted to make custom stuff, you were doing a bunch of weird stuff with events and pictures. It was weird. And it's a lot easier than that in Pixel Game Maker. Hell, I remember people trying to make platformers in RPG Maker. I even tried making a Castlevania game in RPG Maker XP, I think it was. I think it was XP. I tried making a Castlevania platformer in RPG Maker XP, and it didn't come out too well. It wasn't working. It didn't work. It wasn't working out. Huh. Huh. Yeah, it didn't work too well. I didn't even use scripts. I just kind of faked it and had a bunch of weird stuff where he would animate up and down, but he wasn't actually jumping. It was pretty lame. Apparently you can't find out anything. I was trying to, but apparently it doesn't show anything. All right. That was weird. I also tried to make a Splatterhouse game and I didn't get very far. I don't know why I tried doing that. It didn't really work out. Yeah, I haven't finished much of anything. Oh yeah, I made a Mega Man game. I was working on a Mega Man game.
Ready.
Why is he not shooting properly? His arm, he's not doing the thing. Do the thing. Why are you not shooting your arm out? Oh well, shit. Yeah, it's not doing right. I don't know why. Health stuff isn't working either. I don't know what happened. Don't know what I did. I messed up something. This isn't even my Mega Man game I was working on. There's another one. Where the hell is it? Oh, come on. Huh, what happened to the other one I was working on? This ain't it. This is the same one. No, there was another one I was working on. What the hell did I do with it? I don't know. I don't know what happened. I had another one and I don't know where it went. My stuff is missing. I'm always losing stuff. Let's see. Huh. I don't know what happened. That sucks. Oh, I was remaking an indie game an IGM game. I was remaking it. But then something went wrong and I lost it. Yeah. Have a good one. Oh yeah, this. I forgot about this. I actually might be laying down here soon. I ain't feeling too great. Hmm. All right. Oh, I gotta scoot. I actually need to log out. My brother will be home soon, and I am actually sitting here nodding off. So I'm gonna take off. Have a good one.